Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Is BINO Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Woke up still grinding, dreams don't drift away. Blueprints on the table, paint the path my way. Stacks on my desk, starting out the day. Ideas lifting off, I'm the engine in play. Caffeine in my bloodstream, rhythm in my chest. I'm with intention, never settling for less. Life is a chessboard, I'm 3 steps ahead. While they fade in dreams, I'm making that bread. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the way in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. They talk 9 to 5, but I'm breathing the grind. Turning losses into lessons, polishing on mine. Phone buzzing, daily opportunity speaks. While they chase distraction, I'm reaching my peaks. Call me Alice, world weight on my spine. Every scar earned, made the blueprint refine. While they binge on noise, I'm ready for the climb. Turn a single spark to a fire divine. Numbers in my sight, dreams in my hands. Building every day with deliberate plans. I'm the pulse of the hustle, the strength in the night. Turning every shadow into sun with light. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the way in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. Weight on my shoulders, but I walk with grace. Turning every try to a milestone place. Late night stack, but it sharpen my aim. Every sacrifice fuels a fire in my veins. Overload, but I shine through rain. Turning all the pressure into gold from pain. Overload, but I still remain. Standing on the grind that became my lane. Overload, man, I won't let go. Every setback, just another push to grow. Overload, watch the empire glow. I was built for the heights, now I rise, now I know. Overload, but I move with soul. Holding every dream like it's made of gold. Overload, but the truth I hold. I was built for the climb, now I rise and unfold.
If we agree with you, then we're black. We love black people. If we find ourselves in opposition to what you say, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we hate black people. Who died and left you that kind of authority with your opinion? Who? Tell me.
Let them talk, baby. They don't know what we got. I see them running in the streets, chasing after crowns, trying to be the loudest voice in every single town. They say I'm moving backward cause I like to serve my king, but they don't know the peace and the power that you bring. I'll keep your plate hot, I'll keep the house still. I love to be the soft place where you can heal. They call it slavery, I call it devotion. While they drowning in a sea of mixed emotion. If loving you right makes me a pygmy, then baby pick me. I'm exactly where I wanna be. I don't want the headache, I don't want the fight. I just wanna be the one holding you at night. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pick-me, call me a fool, but I'm the one winning while I'm lying next to you. They brag about being boss, they brag about the grind, but look inside their eyes, tell me what you find. Microwave dinners and a pillow full of tears. trading a family for a couple lonely years. I respect your frame, I respect your mind. Yeah. A masculine love is so hard to find. I ain't competing, I ain't keeping score. You handle the world, I handle the door to your peace. Let the new age girls argue on the net. Let them argue. They haven't found a man that they can trust yet. I'm catering to you, body and soul, playing my position, playing my role. You protect, you provide, I submit, I reside in your kingdom. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Oh, call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm waking up happy, lying next to you. Let him stay mad, we'll stay in love. I'm your pygmy forever.
No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
You said the mask don't fit me, but it's glued to my name. Every headline paints me wicked, 'cause I won't think the same. You see trouble when I walk in, like I set this place on fire. But I just talk like my granddaddy, and it cuts through all your choir. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be there. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be there. I'll be there. You get nervous when I'm smiling, 'cause you know it's not for sure. I won't bow to your approval, I'm too grown to play that role. You throw labels like they shackles, try to change what I believe, but your story got a plot hole when I'm the one that's free. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be that. I'll be that. Call me heartless, call me crazy, call me every name you know. All that talk just turns to power, watch my true colors glow. You want me to be the villain, so I'll the shadow that you're killing. I'm the star. Fighting back. I'm not a villain. I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You drew the line. I crossed it grinning, so I'll be that. I'll be that.
You are now rocking with the best. Support the Angry Man. Support the stream.
Yeah. They know my name. They know my word. They still throw dirt. Ha! Yeah. Been a decade in the game. 10 plus in the rain. Been a kingdom from the mud. Turned up on them every string. They were lurking on my chat. Screenshotting every frame. Took my slang, took my cadence, then pretended we the same. They was praying for my downfall while they copying my blueprint. Yeah. Every topic that I touch, turn the trend, now they abuse it. They be whispering in DMs, plotting on me, try to stop my rise. Try to ice me out the story, still I burn right through the lies. Yeah. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. No, they was flagging every upload, sending shots behind the scenes, posting pictures of my family, trying to crack me at the scene. Drop my name up in the phone, type my address on the site. Thought the fear would make me vanish, told them pussies catch a flight. Every time they build a boycott, I just build another brand. Turn a smear into a slogan, made a movement out to slander. Understand, they be calling me the villain, why they quoting every line. I'm the mirror that they scared of, so they cover up my life. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Nah. They gon' blame me for the storm, blame me for the rain, blame me cause I said it, just remember we ain't the same. They gon' cry by my tone, but they study every take. You can hate on every move, you can cancel what I made. Nah, I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Yeah, they know I'm best, and that's why they hate the man.
Radio check 1 2 1 2.
Is BINO Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Yeah.
Son of her, no delay. This life don't wait, so I'm on my way. Feet hit the pavement, sunrise grinning. Life's a roulette and I'm always spinning. Pocket full of dreams, got the world in my hands. No map, just vibes and unplanned plans. Sweat on my brow, running wild through the city. Clock ticking loud, but it ain't that gritty. Spill my soul like ink on a loose leaf. Every breath a moment, no time for grief. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, oh, yeah. I'm on in my face. Heart like a drum, beating fast, no pause. Life's a movie real, I'ma start with no flaws. Cup running over, champagne fizz. Every day's a blessing, yeah, that's the biz. Jumping over hurdle, life's track and field. Every scar story, every wound's healed. Skyline's my ceiling, dreams stretch wide. Riding shotgun with hope, joy by my side. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. Roll the dice, let it ride. Moonlit nights, ocean tide. Every heartbeat, a melody. Life's a stage, I'm a symphony. Slow it down, feel the sound. Breathing deep, feet on the ground. Then a spark, hit a call. One more run, give it all. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. No rewind, no regret. Sunset phase, but I ain't done yet, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah,
And welcome back. We are live yet again. Salute to the whole BINO Nation. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. We are chilling out here under the Angry TP. Y'all already know how we do. Make sure you guys are supporting the show, because this show is made possible by viewers, fans, and subscribers such as yourself. Make sure you're contributing. If you participating in the BINO roll call, all you have to do is drop 20 or more. Your messages will be read first during the BINO roll call. If you want your messages read immediately, all you have to do is sponsor the show by dropping 100 or more. And we definitely need some sponsors. Your message, like I said, will be read immediately. All of the messages will be read during the super chats. Y'all already know how we do. So before we get into any of these topics, I got to address a piece of business. I got my freaking zapper out here. I had to buy another one. The old one I had from last year stopped working. And ironically, I bought this one, charged it up, and I thought it wasn't working and shocked the shit out of myself. Yeah, your boy straight up electrocuted himself. Needless to say, that was fairly unpleasant. But to get to the business that I want to talk about. So last night, I joined Trey, the Truth Teller's panel. I've been going over there a lot. And the reason why I've been going over there a lot is because, like I said before, Trey, he's a no-nonsense type of person. Mad respectful. And he don't allow no foolishness. Like, he don't allow no silliness. You feel what I'm saying? If Katz is on his panel being silly and shit, he'll check it real fast. And he had to check somebody last night. There's a dude, goofy UK dude by the name of Simon. He looked like a damn great value version of Jerry Rice. And last night, he decided he wanted to attack me in the name of Kevin Samuels. So let me say this. And I hope and pray to God this is the last time I have to say this, right? Due to the fact that my grandmother raised me a certain way, I was always taught not to speak ill of the dead, right? So I try my best to stay away from that conversation, as much as everybody keeps trying to pull me into that conversation. And I don't know how many ways I got to explain this. There's a lot of shit that I have not said. There's a lot that I haven't said. There's a lot that I've kept to myself for the simple fact that that man is gone. Let him rest in peace, right? Now, I do realize there's a lot of y'all out there that got mad love for Kevin. Hell, there's even some of you out there that worship him like a deity. That's a whole other story, right? But last night he decided to say, oh, you said on one time you was in your car. This is back when Kevin was living. One time you said in your car that you didn't rock with Kevin. Yeah, at the time I didn't. At the time I didn't rock with him. At the time I had a serious issue with him. You feel me? And here's the reality. The reality is, during that time, if there was anything that Kevin had a problem with that I was saying, he could have called me up, because he had my phone number, just like I had his phone number, right? But you know, he tried to say that, and he's like, oh, you went at Kevin Samuels and this, that, and third. Here's the thing. I don't know how many ways I got to say this. To all of you fuck boys, you weak ass niggas that come to the internet looking for some sort of savior figure, somebody that will G-check women and tell them what they think of them to their face, that you can call your hero because you don't have the balls to say what you feel or what you think to women in your life, right? To all of you clowns, stop coming at me about Kevin Samuels, because the reality is you motherfuckers didn't know him at all. You didn't know him. You coming at me about Kevin Samuels is like somebody coming at Dame Dash about Jay-Z, or Jay-Z about Dame Dash. They know each other. Me and Kevin knew each other. The reason why there was an issue between me and him, that was between me and him. That won't between nobody else. That ain't had nothing to do with nobody but me and him. And you being a fan of him does not negate that. You being a fan of him don't got shit to do with my personal issues with him when he was living. Now, there's a lot of things I could say. There's a whole lot of shit that I could say. But out of respect for my grandmother, I don't speak on the dead like that. But what pisses me off is I know why you individuals do that shit. Stop trying to pull me into the conversation about him for the purposes of trying to steal my thunder, because I know that's what you're doing. I know that's what you're doing. You're inadvertently trying to compare me to him in order to diminish what I am right now. The truth of the matter is Kevin gone. He gone. And you can choose to honor his memory, but you're not honoring his memory by constantly throwing him in my face. It's classless. It's small. And it's bullshit. And I'm gonna say this one thing. I'm gonna say this one thing because I know you niggas love to take shit that I say. Oh, Angryman, he's jealous of Kevin and this, that, and the third, or whatever. Look, let me explain something to you. I could have gotten that level of fame too if I was willing to pull women up on my panel and tell them that they were fat, ugly, and that they were going to die alone. But I didn't do that because I'm not built like that. That's not the type of man I am. Because I know you niggas love that shit. You niggas eat that shit up all day long. And the reason I know you niggas eat that shit up all day long is because every content creator that does that shit, y'all heads are buried so far up they ass you can see the back of their damn teeth. I didn't come here for the purposes of destroying women in order to create a following. Because to be truthfully honest, I'm not that invested. I'm not that invested. I'm not that invested in fat women getting skinny. I'm not that invested in ugly women trying to figure out how to make themselves more pretty. I'm not invested in whether or not a chick is going to die alone. I don't give a fuck. So while you niggas keep running around on your quest to find the next Kevin Samuels, let me just go ahead and put a bug in your ear. Let me just go ahead and hip you to the reality. Let me red pill you real quick. There ain't gonna be another Kevin Samuels. And the reason why is because Kevin Samuels wasn't just one person in his ideology. Kevin Samuels was an accumulation of numerous people in the damn manosphere. He borrowed from everybody. And he put it all together and packaged it up for you niggas. Ain't gonna be another one. And the reason why there ain't gonna be another one is because even though he did all of that, when he packaged it together, he put it together in a classy next level type way that none of you niggas have the ability to do. You don't have the ability to do it. You don't have the same poise as him. You don't have the same resolve as him. You don't have the same consistency as him. That's just the truth. And because you can't do it like him, or because you can't find a suitable replacement, you want to attack anybody else that looks like they're going to get to that level of success as far as this space goes. That's part of the reason why you're always on Anton's ass. You want to run around the internet talking about Kevin Samuels? Be my guest. Leave my fucking name out of it. Leave my name out of it. There was only one Kevin Samuels, period, point blank. Just like there's only one Angryman, period, point blank. There's only one Anton Daniels, period, point blank. There's only one Myron Gaines. There's only one Andrew Tate. There's only one Andrew Wilson. Y'all ain't figured that shit out yet? But we know how y'all do. Because you niggas is looking for the next Michael Jackson. You're looking for the next Prince. You're looking for the next, man, look. Instead of looking for the next person that reminds you of someone who's already been, why don't you just take people as they are? It is what it is at the end of the day. Yeah, Will. Simon jumped up there and tried to come at me about Kevin Samuels and shit. I'm so sick of that shit, bro. I'm so sick of that shit. I'm so sick and tired of that shit. Now, here's the last thing I'll say about this before I move on, right? I got a question. It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question I want everybody in here to answer. Very simple question. If you motherfuckers truly believe, that Kevin is up here and Angryman is down here, why the hell do you keep bringing up my name in the same sentence? Why is it every time one of you niggas want to get at me, the first thing you want to do is bring up Kevin? See, the part you can't understand, the part you're never going to get, Kevin wasn't my hero. He was my peer. That's the difference. That's the difference. A lot of these dudes in these spaces that y'all look up to, that you got love for, that you believe is the shit, these are my peers. Don't expect me to look at them with the same reverence that you look at them with. Because these are people I was cool with before any of you really knew who they was, before they was even really popping like that. And those that's been around long enough know what I'm saying is the 100% truth. Ain't nobody talking about nothing that you fanboys got to say, because everybody knows what really took place. even if they don't want to admit it, even if they whisper it, everybody knows. Everybody knew what took place. Everybody knows. I know. BGS Ibmore knows. Obsidian knows. Tommy Sotomayor knows. Alan Roger Curry knew before he passed away. David Carroll knew before he passed away. Everybody knows. It's the dirtiest secret in the manosphere. But everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Will said, anytime somebody brings up Kevin to get at you, that lets me know they ain't got nothing else to say. Yeah. It also lets you know they know what really went down. It lets you know that too. But anyway. Or as Will would say, anywho. Matter of fact, watch this. Back. Come here for a second. I'm going to point this mic towards you. I want you to say this loud enough to everybody so everybody can hear it. Every time I look up, some no-name nigga gets on a panel that's a fan of Kevin Samuels trying to tell me that I was hating on Kevin and this, that, and third, and blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you a question. If you don't want to be bothered, you don't got to be bothered. Because niggas keep bringing the shit up. What do you... Say what? Before this dude became popular and famous, how often did call my phone?
Every fucking day. It was ridiculous. I was starting to think that he was into you.
Say that again?
So he wanted you to hold his hand and walk him through YouTube.
Thank you. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I said to my wife, how often did I speak to Kevin on a regular basis? She said every day. It was ridiculous. It was like he wanted you to hold his hand and walk him through YouTube. It ain't about me arguing with low-level niggas. It's about niggas ain't gonna play in my face. Niggas is not gonna play in my face. Of course they trying to get under my skin, but it don't make no difference. The only thing they doing is they stirring up a hornet's nest. That's all they doing. That's all they doing. Because truth be told, there's a lot of niggas in this YouTube space that learned a lot of shit from me and took that shit and then went on to be successful with it. There's a lot of niggas. But instead of niggas giving me props, saying, yo, Angry Man, even though you done helped a lot of people and put a lot of people on and gave a lot of people pointers and tips and shit, you rarely ever talk about that shit. Instead of niggas just giving me props. No, what they do is they come and they throw niggas in my face, and then I got to pull the receipts and be like, oh, word? I bet you didn't know this. I bet you didn't know. See, here's the thing about Angry Man. I know where all the bodies are buried. I know the whole history right here. I don't care what kind of revisionist history you niggas do. And I'm not just talking about Kevin. I know the whole history. I know who did what, when, where, and how. But because I'm a G, I don't talk about it. I just let niggas do what they do. And I'm like, leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. And y'all know I ain't lying. I'll sit right here and give niggas, keys to the kingdom on a humble. I'll sit right here. I'm one of the few YouTubers that will sit right here and I'll give niggas tips and shit on a humble. And there's a reason why I do that shit. Because when I first came into YouTube, before I ever live stream, when I was just doing videos or whatever, I hit up Roberto Blake. Anybody that know who Roberto Blake is, you probably know who he is. He's a YouTuber. He works with YouTube, and he always say, make something great, right? I hit up Roberto Blake, and I was like, yo, fam, I need help with this YouTube shit. He gave me, he ran down the list. He told me everything I needed to do to get my shit popping, to get my shit rolling. And so ever since that man did that for me, I always paid it forward. And let's be clear about something. When I came to YouTube, I wasn't trying to network with nobody. I wasn't reaching out to nobody. The only person I reached out to was Roberto Blake. And it wasn't even a network. It was just to get some pointers. But so far as networking and doing that, I never did none of that. Every single person that y'all ever see that I collaborated with reached out to me. And that's a fact. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. And shout out to Roberto Blake, man. Cool, humble ass dude, man. Shout out to Roberto Blake. Shout out to all the real ones early on that held me down, that didn't want nothing from me. Shout out to Roberto Blake. Shout out to shout out to Obsidian. Obsidian, when he used to do his blog talk radio shit, he would constantly have me on there as a guest. I was able to debate a lot of people. Shout out to him. Shout out to my man over at the Prophet of Thought series, first interviewed me. Shout out to G Mix magazine that did a damn story on me early on. Shout out to Al Grease. Shout out to Ringo TV Raw for keeping it funky when he saw niggas trying to blackball me. Shot me an email and said, yo, fam, you ain't crazy. I see what they trying to do to you. Keep your head up, fam. Real talk, man. My history go deep in this shit. Shout out to K-Soul and Black. Shout out to Black Ram. Shout out to my nigga Grinch, rocking with me forever. Shout out to Soul Shader, rocking with me forever. Shout out to Q Wilson. And I get why a lot of dudes came at me. I was one of the only content creators that wasn't doing panels. So y'all got to understand, a lot of people that came at me, they was doing panels, right? A lot of the content creators that's in my bracket, they was doing panels. So I understand why the younger content creators came at me. They came at me because they was trying to align themselves with the content creators that was giving them visibility. I ain't crazy. I know that's what it was. I know that's what it was. There's dudes that was doing shows that was giving everybody visibility. So why would they go against that dude for me if I'm not giving them visibility? I get it. I get it. But see, it don't make me no difference because I stood 10 toes down on by myself on this channel, doing my content. Like I proved definitively. My name is my name, regardless. Angryman is Angryman. Angryman stand 10 toes down on my shit. And ain't bite my tongue for nobody. And speaking of Kevin, y'all niggas started doing all of that goofy shit because you was trying your best to ride his coattails. You saw him blowing up and you was trying your best to ride his coattails. But don't forget, I remember how y'all used to talk about that man. I remember how y'all used to talk about that man. I'm the only one in the group that wasn't trying to freaking ride his coattail. I'm the only one in the group that didn't look at him and say, oh, he blowing up. Let me run over there and start ass kissing so I can benefit off of him. I'm the only one that didn't do that shit. The rest of you niggas did that shit. You niggas, you had your little alliances and shit, and you was behind the scenes telling niggas not to platform me, telling niggas not to interview me, telling niggas not to have me on their shows and shit like that. I said, cool. You know what I did? I did what 50 did. When 50 was in the game, none of the OGs, none of the dudes in his peer group would rock with him. So he got with the young cats. So since y'all didn't want to rock with me, y'all didn't want to have me on your platform. So, okay, cool. I'll rock with the dudes that got the smaller channels. I helped them grow. That's what I did. That's what I did. So while the rest of you was chasing clout, views, and money, I rock with the dudes that y'all didn't want to rock with. I showed love to the cats y'all didn't want to show love to. And that's why I'm the people's champ. That's why I'm the people's champ, and it ain't never gonna change. And all the real ones know how I get down. I'm fine. All the real ones know how I get down. And I'm not gonna say no names because I let sleeping dogs lie. But there was a lot of dudes, bro. Y'all don't even know. There was dudes behind the scenes trying to stop me from going on Fresh and Fit. These dudes there was cats that had speaking engagements and shit. Niggas sent out invitations, wanted me to be part of speaking engagements, and then niggas went behind the scenes and told them, nah, don't rock with him. He problematic. You know how bad it is? It's so bad that niggas was telling other niggas that if I came to the event, I would start fights with people. I would get into fights and shit. Nah, you don't want him to come because he ghetto and shit. He'll end up getting into fights with somebody. He'll mess your event up. Niggas was really doing that shit, bro. Niggas was really doing that shit. They was really behind the scenes talking crazy like that. Will said, damn, that's a different level of hate. Well, you want to know the reason why they hated on that level? You want to know the reason why, Will? Because I can tell you the reason why. I can tell you the reason why. Shout out to Corey Love. He was there. He saw it. He saw it. I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why niggas was hating on that level is because they knew I was the one. They knew I was the one. Them niggas knew I was the one before I even knew I was the one. They knew I was the one. They knew if I got more visibility, because you got to ask yourself, why was they going out of their way to stop my visibility? Why was they going out of their way to stop my visibility? Because they know if more people saw me, it was going to be like, oh, shit, did you hear what he said? Oh, my God, did you hear some of the stuff? See, now it don't matter. It don't matter at this point. And the reason why it don't matter at this point is because the concept of red pill, the concept of manosphere, it's not new no more. It's watered down now. So me having visibility now don't matter because niggas see me saying shit, they think I'm stealing shit from this nigga and that nigga and that nigga. You feel what I'm saying? So because I get my visibility late, I say some shit, they be like, oh, he took that from Kevin Samuels, or he took that from this one, or he took that from that one, not knowing that niggas took shit from me. And the space got behind other niggas and promoted them and pushed them up. I got into a whole argument with BGS Idmore and a couple other dudes, and they told me flat out, even though they knew the truth, they told me flat out, they said, yo, it don't matter who say it, long as it gets said. I was like, word? Okay. I was like, okay, cool. 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 It is what it is. So that's the reason why I stepped away. You feel? Because whenever I see some shit going on in an organization that I think, or going on in a group that I think is some bullshit, I'm going to voice my opinion about it. And if niggas can't accept that reality and they want to try to gaslight me and pretend like that ain't what it is, it's like, okay, cool. I'll fade away. I'll give them the slow fade. Like I told y'all numerous times, I used to be part of the Nation of Islam. But the Nation of Islam is supposed to be about brotherhood. I saw some shit in there that wasn't no brotherhood shit. I saw some backbiting. I saw some hating. I saw some bullshit. And I said, nah, I can't be a part of this. Because how I'm going to be a part of this and y'all out here acting just like the rest of them. So I stepped away from the shit. Anytime I see some goofy shit, I'm stepping away. And with this whole thing, I saw a bunch of bullshit. I saw cats hating on each other. I saw cats trying to stop each other from being promoted. I saw cats flagging each other. I saw cats trying to take each other's platforms out. I said, nah, I can't even deal with this shit. So I did my own thing. Malcolm said, AM, I remember when you talked to Jason Whitlock and they were trying to stop you. Yeah. Yeah. Check this out. Jason Whitlock came on my show. I did that interview. Jason Whitlock ain't been back on my show since. The day that I was in the chat room and there was cats in his chat room. Jason Whitlock was live. He was talking about something. No, he had a premiere up, but Jason Whitlock was in the chat room of his own premiere. And Katz was saying, because he was talking about the manosphere, and Katz was saying, yo, you should interview. A couple of cats was like, yo, you should do an interview with Angryman. And there was literally niggas in the chat room saying, nah, don't talk to Angryman. Nah, don't speak to Angryman. Niggas hate me. And the reason why them niggas hate me is because I called out their bullshit. I say, yo, you niggas is talking about these women. You acting worse than the women. You niggas is acting worse than the women. See, that's the cardinal sin. If you in the quote unquote manosphere, the one thing you cannot do, okay? If you came up in the manosphere, there's one thing you cannot do. If you do this, you will be persona non grata. You will be ostracized from the manosphere. You cannot give women the benefit of the doubt. You can't do that. You got to stay on them 24/7, telling them they ain't shit, 24/7, telling them that they the problem, 24/7, telling them that they're never going to measure up. That's how you got to operate. And I didn't operate like that. And that's the only reason, because guess what? Had I been way more harsh on the women, had I been way more critical of the women, had I been on some super misogynistic, chauvinistic, can't stand women shit, them niggas would have crowned me king. And they'd still be singing my praises today if I had did that. In fact, one of the niggas was going around telling niggas, nah, we don't rock with Angryman because he's not down with what we trying to do. That's the exact words that was said. And the only reason I know that's the exact words that was said is because new niggas coming into space would come to me and tell me that shit. Yo, man, Cats is telling us not to rock with you because you ain't for us. You ain't down with the program. And just like I said back in 2019, I said the manosphere is dead and there ain't gonna be no program until you niggas do right by me. Period. And what happened? What happened to it? What happened to it? And you can't say, oh, we blew up because look at Kevin. Kevin wouldn't even acknowledge the manosphere. When Kevin blew up, he said he wasn't even part of the manosphere. And I don't blame him because there was a whole year that y'all was talking crazy about him. Back before he blew up, when he was doing men's style content, when he was doing content about cologne and different shit like that, y'all was calling him all kinds of messed up shit, all kinds of homophobic names. You think I don't remember? So by the time he blew up, he said he wasn't manosphere. So you can't claim Kevin's success as much as you try. You can't. And that's just the damn truth. But anyway, make sure you guys are supporting the show. We about to get to this topic. We need 10 people to support the show. Because we about to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center and the shenanigans and chicanery that they've been engaged in, and the way these savages are out here reacting to it. See, I'm gonna tell you, TC Star said there's no effing way I would ever say that to my wife or daughter. Let me tell you something, man. That's the one thing cats in these spaces wasn't counting on. They wasn't counting on the fact that more people were flooding into the space that had a more balanced outlook. There are people that came into space. They were not concerned with no gender war. They wasn't looking at it like, oh, it's us against them type shit. They wasn't counting on that shit. They wasn't counting on that shit. You said, what is AM? What even is that? The SPLC? Like, what is that? I'm gonna show y'all what that is in a second. I'm gonna show y'all what that is in a second. But we need 9 more people, you guys. We need 9 more people. Excuse me, we need 8 more people. All right, you know what? Let me play this video. So those of you that don't know what the Southern Poverty Law Center is,
For 55 years, the Southern Poverty Law Center has stood as a beacon of hope, fighting white supremacy and various forms of injustice to create a multiracial democracy where we can all live and thrive. We are therefore unsurprised to be the latest organization targeted by this administration. They have made no secret of who they want to protect and who they want to destroy. For example, in October,
I'm trying to find you guys a video that explains what the Southern Poverty Law Center is without the current news. Let's see.
Is the Southern Poverty Law Center credible? Have you ever wondered about the role of organizations in the fight for civil rights? One such organization is the Southern Poverty Law Center. Founded in 1971, this nonprofit focuses on civil rights and public interest law. Its mission is to ensure that the promises of the civil rights movement are realized for everyone. The Southern Poverty Law Center works hard to advocate for racial equality and challenge discrimination. It does this through legal actions and educational programs. Over the years, the organization has been involved in several landmark cases that have advanced civil rights in the United States. For instance, it has successfully fought against poor conditions in prisons and mental health facilities. Additionally, the Southern Poverty Law Center has worked to end involuntary sterilization and has fought for equal benefits for women in the armed forces. Its legal victories against white supremacist groups have also weakened these organizations financially, reducing their influence in society. One of the Southern Poverty Law Center's most notable initiatives is the Intelligence Project. This project monitors hate groups and provides vital information to law enforcement and the public. By doing this, the organization helps combat hate crimes and promotes tolerance through educational programs. However, the Southern Poverty Law Center has faced criticism over its methods and definitions of hate groups. Some people argue that its broad categorization of certain organizations as hate groups is based more on ideological disagreements than on objective criteria. This criticism has led to questions about the Southern Poverty Law Center's credibility among some groups. Despite these criticisms, the Southern Poverty Law Center remains a prominent voice in civil rights advocacy. Its efforts to combat racial and ethnic discrimination align with the core principles of civil rights law. The work it does contributes to a broader human rights framework by advocating for marginalized communities and challenging discriminatory practices. In the context of human rights organizations, the Southern Poverty Law Center plays an important role in ensuring that all individuals are treated with dignity and respect under the law. Its ongoing commitment to civil rights makes it a key player in the fight for equality and justice.
So, for all of you that don't know, that is what the Southern Poverty Law Center is supposed to be about. Okay? Key word is supposed to be about, right? Recently, though, they've been indicted because they found that the Southern Poverty Law Center was actually funding hate groups such as the KKK, such as the individuals that were at Charlottesville, right? In fact, the individual that organized the Charlottesville situation, you know, the tiki torches and all of that shit, they found that the Southern Poverty Law Center had given that group they had given them like $200 and some thousand, right?
Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. Between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama.
So, for anybody that's confused, let me break down what's been going on. How many of y'all remember a while back when like around the time of the 2024 election, right before the election, when the Democrats and Republicans were campaigning. So around the time, right after the Joe Biden, Donald Trump debate, when everybody saw Joe Biden melt down on stage, and then they decided to insert Kamala Harris as their candidate. When Kamala Harris was campaigning to be president, along with Donald Trump campaigning to be president, there were incidents that was happening. I covered one of them, right? How many of y'all remember when that U-Haul truck showed up? Somebody actually got film of a U-Haul truck showing up, and they opened up the back of the U-Haul truck, and it was a bunch of white guys with poo shiesties on, because people were out protesting. And that group came, and it was like a group of rabble rousers, you know, and the news was reporting it as, oh, this is some sort of hate group. This is some sort of racist hate group, right? So how many of y'all remember that? Press 1 if y'all remember that. Press 1 if y'all remember that. So basically, this is the strategy. And I said this a while ago, right? Whenever you have a Democrat in office, So if you have Barack Obama in office, you're not going to see a bunch of hate groups doing a bunch of hate crimes and all of that shit, right? When Joe Biden was in office, you didn't see a bunch of hate groups doing a bunch of hate crimes and shit, right? If Kamala would have got elected, you wouldn't have seen a bunch of hate groups and a bunch of doing a bunch of hate crimes. And the reason why is because when it comes to the general public, the people in this country are not as racist as they were, those that were racist during the Jim Crow era, right? So many of those groups that used to do these hate crimes like the KKK and all of them, they're nowhere near as strong as they used to be. And part of the reason, in my opinion, that they're not as strong as they used to be is because a lot of the American citizens, they're just not on that racist shit, right? They're just not on it, right? So what happens is the moment that Donald Trump got elected the first time and the second time, they had to push the narrative that, oh, Donald Trump is stoking the flames of racism. His rhetoric causes people to get radicalized and become racist, right? This is the entire reason for the Charlottesville incident. This is the entire reason for U-Haul trucks showing up with a bunch of white guys that's supposed to be, I guess, the Klan or whoever, right? This is the reason why you see, you know, people are out protesting and they show up to protest and there's 2 pallets of bricks. 2 pallets of bricks just sitting right there. Somebody dropped off a bunch of bricks, right? So what's going on, in my humble opinion, is that because Donald Trump is in office, they have to fabricate and create these narratives that make it appear as if Donald Trump, the racist president, is causing these groups to feel like they can rise up again, right? Now, the interesting thing about this indictment is watching Black people, because Black people know what the Southern Poverty Law Center is. For the most part, the Southern Poverty Law Center is supposed to be there for Black people. It's supposed to be there to put a stop to white supremacy and hate groups. It's supposed to be there to make sure that we have that they fight for racial equality, right? So watching Black people have their meltdown because they just can't believe that a group like the Southern Poverty Law Center could possibly be funding a lot of these hate groups. In fact, check this out.
Okay, but did you guys hear what Sloan?
I'm going to show you the narrative. Watch this.
I am reading the indictment against the Southern Poverty Law Center. I know that Cash Patel and that interim AG are very proud of this. This is ridiculous to me. I am a lawyer, but I will say that I don't think you have to be a lawyer to see how crazy this is. So in case you're not familiar with SPLC, they are an organization that's been around since the 70s. Julian Bond was one of the founders of the Southern Poverty Law Center. They're based in the South. Most of their offices are in the South by design. They are credited with really helping to dismantle the money aspect of the KKK. They would sue them. They would basically make it very hard for them to operate. They would get these large settlements from them. They also are very good at researching hate groups, especially white supremacist groups. And so what they do is they will, groups you've never heard of, before they make it to your TV screen for some type of big scheme or conspiracy or crime, the SPLC has already been investigating them. They already will have them documented on their website. And so here recently, they started talking about the Turning Point USA group on their site, talking about the great replacement theory, which they were pushing. And so people didn't like that, as you can imagine. And so Republicans have long not liked SPLC because they do focus on white supremacist groups, which are right-leaning. And so they have indicted them today, and it's all tied to the payments they make to informants. And the introductory paragraph, I was reading this as if I was like, y'all want me.
So let me just stop this goofy broad real quick, and let me show you what the narrative is right now. This is the narrative that they're pushing. The narrative that they're gonna try to push, that I already see niggas trying to push. I swear to God, I've never seen a group of black people that are so slave-minded in my life. Anything that has to do with the left, anything that has to do with Democrats, they may as well be saints in the eyes of black people. They can do no wrong, right? So the narrative is this. Black folks is going to jump out the woodwork. Black folks and liberals, they're going to jump out the woodwork, and they're going to say that this indictment is bullshit. And the premise of them saying that it's bullshit is they're going to say, well, of course, the SPLC was giving money to these groups because they were paying informants to get information about the groups so that they could stop the groups. This is going to be their fucking lie. Okay, this is going to be their bullshit. Because the first thing I would ask is this. I'm going to ask everybody in here this question, right? So if their narrative is that, well, if you're pulling the financials, you're going to see the Southern Poverty Law Center giving money to individuals that are part of these groups because they're paid informants. Here's my question. Is the Southern Poverty Law Center a fucking law enforcement agency? That's my question. That's my question. Is the Southern Poverty Law Center a law enforcement agency? Then why the hell would they need paid informants? Why in the hell would a nonprofit organization need paid informants as if they are conducting a damn investigation? Does that make sense? Am I the only one? Am I the only one with enough damn sense to know that a freaking nonprofit organization is not supposed to be conducting law enforcement investigations? But this is the lie that this goofy broad, and she tried to sit up there and say, I'm a lawyer. What the hell do that mean? What does that mean? That's the funniest shit in the world to me, when somebody tries to give themselves legitimacy for taking a position when they say, well, I'm a lawyer. So what? You're a lawyer. You get paid to take positions. You get paid to take positions that you don't agree with. Do lawyers or do they not defend guilty people? Do lawyers or do they not go into court knowing that their client committed the crime and still defend them fiercely as if they're innocent? Because anybody, look, Stevie Wonder can see what's going on here. The Democrats are using the Southern Poverty Law Center to fund money to hate groups in order to incite bullshit so that they can paint the narrative that the country is more racist when the Republicans, specifically MAGA, is in office. Anybody with common sense can sit back and see what that is. And some people are going to say, nah, angry man, that ain't what it is. What it is the Republicans just want to get rid of the Southern Poverty Law Center because the Southern Poverty Law Center is fighting against white supremacy, and the Republicans are white supremacy. Okay, cool. So then explain this to me then. Why didn't Trump go after, if that's the narrative, why didn't he go after the Southern Poverty Law Center in his first administration? Why didn't he do that? I'll tell you why he didn't do that. Because during his first administration, he had a bunch of people in his Department of Justice that was not on the same page with him. He had a bunch of people in the Department of Justice that was against Donald Trump. So they weren't going to do any real investigations. Donald Trump now has a DOJ, and I find it ironic that this indictment happened after Pam Bondi is out. The only thing I see is that now that Donald Trump has a DOJ that's willing to actually do their job, they're actually investigating, and they're like, oh shit, why is the Southern Poverty Law Center giving all of this money to these groups? What's going on here? And then bingo, oh, they gave money to that Charlottesville crew. It don't take a rocket scientist. It does not take a rocket scientist to figure out what's going on here. I've been saying this for I don't know how long. This country is nowhere near as racist as it used to be. But the Democrats want to keep this country in a state of fear when it comes to racism, because that's how they operate. In order for the Democrats to keep black folk or minorities on the plantation, they have to scare them into believing that the country is still racist. And if you get Republicans in office, Republicans are going to be racist. Because if you don't have that narrative, you're going to have black people looking at politics through the lens of what benefits me the most, instead of looking at politics through the lens of racism. Do you realize that if most of the people in this country did not look at politics through the lens of racism, the Democrats would be finished? Do you realize that? They would be done. If this country examined politics based on the agendas, based on what the individual politicians want to do and don't want to do, instead of racism, the Democrats know they're going to have a lot of black folks jumping ship. And the reason why is because black people originally were Republicans. But see, Democrats figured out back in the 60s, you can get more flies with honey than you can with salt. So what Democrats did is they said, well, the reason why these black people always voted Republican is because the Republicans was doing shit for them. But what if we convince these black people that the Republicans are racist, and then we put ourselves as their saviors, which is exactly what happened under Lyndon B. Johnson. Because after Lyndon B. Johnson, they started pushing this narrative and this lie that the party switched. That's how they were able to fabricate this shit, by acting as if the parties all of a sudden switched. All of a sudden, the Dixiecrats that funded the KKK decided that they were going to be Republicans, and the original Republicans decided they were going to be Democrats. What would be the purpose of that? Why would they need to do that? That doesn't even make any damn sense. That don't even make sense.
This is a very Poverty Law Center has just been charged with defrauding donors and lying to banks. It turns out that one of the people who planned the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, was on their payroll to the tune of $270,000. You probably remember this march. It was a huge deal. It now has its own Wikipedia page. It's the reason Joe Biden said he ran for president again in 2020. And the Southern Poverty Law Center has been around for a long time. They call themselves a beacon of hope. And on their donation page, they say they stand up to confront that, stand up to injustice, and defend our civil liberties and human rights. And I want you to hold their mission statement in your head because that's going to come back. Now, the Southern Poverty Law Center, or SPLC as it's known, is quoted in newspapers, cited by government agencies, and is even integrated into the higher education system. Here is a partnership that was established by the University of Pennsylvania Law School with the SPLC. And the SPLC has a tremendous amount of money. In their 2018 financial statements, their endowment had more than $471 million in it. And they spend this money lavishly on very visible, very political, very partisan things. For example, here is them spinning up a PAC for Kamala Harris's campaign. And the charges from the Justice Department include wire fraud, where the Justice Department alleges that they raised money on the basis of dismantling violent extremist groups, but it turns out that they were paying a bunch of their leaders. And the Justice Department highlights a bunch of these payments that were made to these Fs. So Fs are what the SPLC calls their field operatives. And it turns out that in order to make those payments, the SPLC was making false statements to banks so that they could basically open up these shell companies and make it appear as if their field operatives were receiving money from legitimate sources. So they've also been charged with money laundering. And honestly, it's pretty wild. The indictment alleges that the SPLC was even funding the head of the KKK at one point. The SPLC was also funding one of these guys who planned this Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. And they were also bankrolling a leader of another one of these organizations. They paid him, I'm assuming it's a guy, more than $1 million. Here are the details of this allegation that they were funding the Imperial Wizard of the KKK. And while doing all this, they were producing this hate map where they named Charlie Kirk there. And even conservative intellectuals like Ayaan Hirsi Ali at the Hoover Institution were put on their enemies list. Religious groups say that they were smeared by the SPLC, and it seems like the organization started to have some problems. Allegations of misconduct from the inside. The question here is, when they are on their own website decrying a rally that they were paying one of the leaders to organize, do you think that's fraudulent? Their interim CEO says that it's part of their strategy to save lives. This is a very interesting case, the Southern Poverty Law.
So here's my question. These Democrat shills and these goofy niggas are going to jump out here and say, oh, well, they were paying informants. So you expect us to believe most of that money, first of all, most of that money was going to the leaders of those groups. So you expect us to believe that the leaders of all of those groups are paid informants? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that the leaders of all of those groups are informants? But I told y'all this. I told y'all the Democrat strategy. I would look, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm willing to bet you any amount of money that every single organization that is a black organization that claims it's fighting for racial equality I bet you any amount of money that every one of those groups are being used by the Democrat Party for some bullshit. I'm talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center, the NAACP. We already know what it is with Black Lives Matter. I'm willing to bet you any amount of money because, like I said, their strategy is we'll use black faces to do what we do. Because if anybody on the right that's white, that's a Republican, tries to call us out for anything, we can accuse them of being racist, which is what they're doing right now. Because they use the Southern Poverty Law Center to do this shit, you're going to have countless black people jumping out of the woodwork saying, oh, that's some trumped up charges. That's some bullshit. They just trying to get rid of one of our organizations. But that's the whole point. The whole point is for the Democrats to use these organizations as a figurehead so that when someone calls out the organization, they can play innocent and say, no, this organization is for racial equality. Why would we be trying to stir up racial tensions? You just want to get rid of us so that we can't ensure racial equality. You see how diabolical that shit is? This is no different than why every time you look up, the Democrats got Hakeem Jeffries up there running his mouth, Cory Booker up there running his mouth. They got Kamala up there pretending like she's a black woman. This is their strategy. This is their strategy. And it's part of the reason why they constantly shame black people, because they don't want more black people being Republicans, because that's the only way to combat this shit. See, if this was a black Republican president that was accusing the SPLC of this shit, they wouldn't be able to cry racism. They wouldn't be able to say racism. See, this is why they call a black Republican a coon and a sellout. Because if you have a black Republican saying that Black Lives Matter is bullshit, you can't say he's racist. The only thing you can say is, oh, he's a sellout. Oh, he's a coon, right? Because here's my question. When you've got organizations like the NAACP, Black Lives Matter, right? The Southern Poverty Law Center. When you have organizations like this that's bringing in huge amounts of money every year, explain to me why the schools in black neighborhoods are still fucked up. Explain to me why you still have a portion of black America that is impoverished, getting food stamps, welfare, and all of that shit. Explain to me why you have black folks that are still having trouble getting access to business loans and shit like that. If the NAACP is bringing in all of this money, if the Southern Poverty Law Center is bringing in all of this money, if Black Lives Matter is bringing in all of this money, explain to me why you still got these kids out here shooting each other down in the street. How is that even possible? How do you have institutional organizations that bring in countless amounts of money every single year, and the black condition is still what it's always been? Can somebody explain that to me? Because my question would be this: if the Southern Poverty Law Center is paying informants within white supremacist groups, and those informants are the leaders of those white supremacist groups, why hasn't the Southern Poverty Law Center passed along all of the information for the FBI and the DOJ to shut those groups down? Because if you're getting information from the leaders of those groups, you have everything you need for RICO cases. You have everything you need to shut it down. So why aren't those groups being shut down? If you were paying the leader that organized that freaking Charlottesville event, how did the event happen in the first damn place? I'm gonna say that again. If the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leader of that organization that organized that Charlottesville shit, which means you knew ahead of time that they was going to do the shit, and you did your job and passed along that information to the FBI and law enforcement, how did the event happen in the first damn place? See, the problem with black folk is black folk lack critical thinking. I don't care what nobody say. Black folk do not have critical thinking skills. Those that are left-leaning and Democrats, y'all don't have critical thinking skills because you really don't think about shit. If the Southern Poverty Law Center is getting information from the leaders of these hate groups, how are we not able to shut these hate groups down? How are these hate groups still existing? How are they still existing? I'll tell you why they're still existing. They're still existing because you're not paying them to get information to shut them down. You're paying them to use them for political purposes. That's why. That's why. That's why. Does anybody disagree with that?
Okay, but did you guys hear what?
So now we find out that the very organizations that are supposed to be fighting hate, racism, and bigotry have actually been directly funding it. This might be the biggest news story of the year. So the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC, they were just indicted because they received donations with the mission of fighting racism, hatred, bigotry, all of that. However, they've now found that the SPLC donated more than $3 million of donor money to the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, the Aryan Nation, the Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, which is a white supremacist motorcycle club, and even the American Front. Like, y'all remember these guys? You know, the khaki pant and blue shirt racists you've seen everywhere? Yeah, turns out they were being funded by the SPLC. See all this money right here? All of it went to racist organizations.
Now, here's my question.
All of it.
Here's my question, because black folk gonna try to be like, oh, they paid them because they was informants. Here's my question. Why isn't that money going to black communities? Why isn't that money going to black communities? That's the question. And by the way, y'all, we need 10 people to support the show. We need 10 people to support the show. We need 10 people to support the show. Why isn't that money going to black communities? Why is the Southern Poverty Law Center a nonprofit organization that by all intents and purposes is really for the betterment of black people? Why is that money going to these groups? One could argue that those groups would fizzle out if they did not have funding like this. So these niggas want us to believe that they are fighting white supremacy by funding white supremacy. Does that even make any sense? Does that even make any sense? But this is proof of what I've been saying. Y'all see how people have argued with me up and down, where I keep saying, yo, the country's not as racist as it used to be. I keep saying that shit over and over again, and everybody keeps telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, the country is not as racist as it used to be. There's a lot of goofiness going on.
Into racist organizations with the intention of creating hatred, creating violence. The very people that are paid to fight against this shit have actually been funding it. Oh, and this isn't some crazy opinion online. This is an indictment. So now
So you're telling me that the Southern Poverty Law Center was funneling money to extremist groups on both sides, the KKK and the National Socialists of America, in order to commit crimes? Oh, and it gets better. So Kash Patel and the FBI announced that there are indictments against the Southern Poverty Law Center for this very reason. So, reporter, you're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying leaders of the KKK and other groups? Acting AG Todd Blanche, I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says it. And when I said it gets better, hold on, it gets better. So one of the groups that they were funneling money to was Unite the Right. Does that sound familiar to you? It should. Unite the Right was the Charlottesville group. Do you remember when that happened? And that was used against Trump for years. Do you remember when that was used as the whole basis for Joe Biden running to be the president, and the entire thing was funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, or so it looks? That is very, very interesting. So you're telling...
Well, did you ask?
6 years ago, neo-Nazis marched out of a field in Charlottesville, Virginia, literally carrying torches. The neo-Nazi flags. What'd you hear? They're very fine people.
Well, did you ask?
Remember this. 6 years ago, neo-Nazis marched out of a field in Charlottesville, Virginia, literally carrying torches and neo-Nazi flags. What'd you hear? They're very fine people on both sides. President Trump had said, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides. He said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. Donald Trump said, and I quote, there are very fine people on both sides. My God. That's what he said.
That's what he said. The very fine people hoax. It's what that feeble old fart ran on. Now it turns out that hoax was based on an even bigger hoax. Enter the Southern Poverty Law Center, the self-appointed hall monitor of hate. The group that's made bank pushing the myth that the Klan is hiding behind every Cracker Barrel, when the real racists in hiding were them. The DOJ revealed that the SPLC has been indicted by a grand jury for using millions in donor funds that went to hate groups like the KKK and neo-Nazis. Roll it.
As the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities that the members participated in or contributed to. And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors it was doing. Not dismantling extremism, but funding it.
I would say you can't make this stuff up, but that's exactly what these hate mongers were doing, funding the very extremist groups it claimed to fight. That's right, the arsonist may have been running the fire department. It's like donating to save the whales and finding out that the money was going to feed the view. See, the SPLC had a problem. People just weren't being racist enough to keep them in business, no matter how many times Jesse calls Charles Payne Al Roker. After all, your fundraising, your relevance, and media hits depend on the existence of widespread hate, but what happens when there isn't any? Time to hire an intern who knows how to tie a noose. You add Turning Point USA to your hate map, or the Family Research Council, or a group that opposes illegal immigration. Hate morphs into ideas that liberals hate, especially since it's the only tool they have to ruin people by calling them bigots. And the media, they ate it up for years. Every hate map was treated like gospel. If they said your neighbor's bowling league was a hate group, boom, front page, no questions asked. Meanwhile, the actual number of active hate groups in America has been about as robust as Blockbuster Video. But that didn't stop the fear machine, because fear keeps the lights on, fear keeps us divided as a people, and fear gets people elected. And that's how you get this.
From white supremacy is the most lethal threat to the homeland today. Not ISIS, not Al-Qaeda, white supremacists. No matter what the white supremacists and the extremists say, as the most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is white supremacy. To be the most lethal terrorist threat to the homeland today. White supremacy.
So we knew this was hate-filled, and now we know the SPLC helped to fund it with the Unite the Right rally, which gave us the Fine People hoax, where Trump was accused of equating Nazis with peaceful protesters. So to repeat, the entire narrative of Biden's candidacy was based on a hoax created by a left-wing group, then protected by the media, who did no investigation into who these haters were. The media is oddly incurious, in addition to corrupt and stupid. We never found out who those people with the torches were, did we? Yet the same mob was able to track down Jan's 6 grannies, which is why it's not just about the SPLC. It's about politicians who embrace them, the corporations that donated to them. Hell, Apple gave them $1 million. So did George Clooney. And then there's the media outlets who needed to make the lies true, so they could say it's racist to deport people in the country illegally, so that everyone in the next Star Trek is trans, and that hiring based on merit is as out of date as the canned beans I donate to food drives. Of course, these allegations will have to be proven in court, but the plot is exposed. Fact is, America is one of the least racist societies in human history, and that's bad for business if your business is racism.
See, that's the scary thought. That's the scary thought. The scary thought is, what if America's no longer racist? And when I say America, I mean the majority of us, the majority of the country, not these little pockets where you still got people that's acting like it's 1940. What if the country as a whole is not as racist as it used to be? What if the racism is only a fraction of what it used to be? The reason why I know it's some bullshit is simple. Prior to Barack Obama being elected, did you ever hear any media outlet, any politician talking about white supremacy being the biggest threat in this country? That's my question. How is it in 2026 the biggest problem in America is white supremacy being vocalized by the media and politicians, but it wasn't prior to Barack Obama getting elected? So you mean to tell me in the 80s, the media wasn't talking about white supremacy, the politicians wasn't talking about white supremacy, but that became more prevalent after 2008? Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? I don't remember anybody in the media. I don't remember anybody that was a politician standing behind a damn podium or standing in front of a camera and a mic talking about white supremacy. I don't ever remember hearing it. In fact, if you go back prior to Barack Obama, the only people that talked about white supremacy were pro-black people, pro-black organizations, and they were considered nut jobs for bringing up the concept of white supremacy. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Prior to Barack Obama getting elected, what black person got on TV or got on a camera and said the words white supremacy that was actually taken seriously? Who got on TV in the 80s and the 90s and said something about white supremacy and they was taken seriously? No one. Nobody. In fact, if you go back and you look at some of those TV shows and some of those interviews, whenever there was a black person that got on TV, whether it was the Sally Jesse Raphael show, whether it was the Oprah show, whether it was Donahue, if a black person got on TV and said something about white supremacy, you know what they would say to them? You're creating the problem by acting as if white supremacy is a thing. Isn't that what they used to do? So they spent the majority of my lifetime telling us that it didn't exist, only for them to turn around once Donald Trump got elected. Because let's be real, we didn't hear this until Donald Trump got elected. Barack Obama was president for 8 years, and he never referred to the country as a racist country. Never. He never referred to it as that. Even though you had black people begging, pleading with Barack Obama to address the state of police brutality in this country, he never did. He never did. He never once uttered the words out of his mouth that America was a racist country. It wasn't until Donald Trump got elected that Barack Obama started saying this country was racist. It wasn't until Barack Obama got elected that you started hearing Democrats talking about the biggest problem in this country is white supremacy. The biggest problem in this country is white men. And the irony of it is most of the Democrats that are claiming that the biggest problem in this country are white men are in relationships with white men. This is how ridiculous this shit is. This is how ridiculous this shit is. They want to take the history of this country and use that to vilify the white men of today so that they can claim that Donald Trump is trying to incite racism in white American men. You know what I see white men complaining about online? I rarely ever see white men complaining about racism. You know what I see white men complaining about? Excuse me, not racism. I don't see white men complaining about people because of their race. I see white men complaining about Marvel, Disney Marvel. I see white guys complaining. I see white guys complaining about Disney Marvel. I see white guys complaining about how they ruined Star Wars. I see white guys complaining about damn near everything except we don't live in that age anymore. We don't live in that age where you'll see a bunch of white people on TV like, the problem with this country is the colored people. Like, we don't live in that age anymore. It's almost like some of you want us to be in that age so that you got something to complain about. I got news for you, black folks. You're not going to be able to continue using the concept of racism to excuse your mediocrity. You're not going to be able to do that. Now, am I saying that racism is completely gone? Absolutely not. It still exists. But it's not the force that it used to be organically. We used to have organic racism due to ignorance and traditions and things that are now outdated. Today, in my opinion, a lot of the racism that you see politically is fabricated. I don't care what nobody say. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. The concept that Donald Trump is a racist is definitely a fabricated concept. And the more we find out, the more we see things that's pointing to that fact. Yo, we need 10 people to support the show, y'all. We need 10 people to support the show if y'all want to keep it going. This is what black people are doing right now. Confused. They sitting there confused. And I'm gonna tell you why you're confused, black people. I'm gonna tell you why you're confused. You're confused because the Democrats have spent a great deal of effort and a great deal of money convincing you that we are still living in a state of Jim Crow in this damn country. That's why you're confused. Because what they've done is they've created this racist boogeyman. And so in your life, what you're doing is you're viewing everything through the lens of, oh my God, this is a racist country. Here's the question. Here's the question. How many black folk right now have been using that as the excuse to avoid striving for more, to avoid excelling?
Are you a black conservative? How are you a black Democrat? You mean the same party you say has been helping you for decades, but your communities look worse, not better? You mean the same party that started the Ku Klux Klan and somehow convinced you they're your savior? Are you a black conservative? How are you a black Democrat? You mean the same party you say has been helping you for decades, but your communities look worse, not better? You mean the same party that started the Ku Klux Klan and somehow convinced you they're your savior? You mean the same political machine where LBJ, after signing the Civil Rights Act, said they're going to keep these niggas voting for generations. 62 years later, and you're still predictable. They dangled a black male president in front of you that did nothing for black people and everything for gay people, and a black female president that advertised to you with white people tacos and Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage. And you never stopped to question that? They told you they were fighting poverty, but really they went and knocked on the doors of Black families and told them that if they got rid of the man in the household, they could have this money and what we now know as the welfare system. They strategically demolished the nuclear family, leaving over half of the mothers in our community single mothers for generations, policies that incentivize broken homes, dependency instead of independence. They made it so you systematically rely on them, and now over half of the Black households are dependent on the government. And they tell you crime is someone else's fault, while your neighborhoods keep getting worse in the very cities that they run. They build organizations, collect millions in donations, and somehow your community is still struggling while that money goes to million-dollar homes, DoorDash, and new cars. And now they've got you fighting for illegal immigrants that take your jobs and have been killing your people, and they still give you nothing. So let me ask you again, how are you a Black Democrat?
This is why the rhetoric has kicked up. This is why the rhetoric has gotten worse. Because people are waking up. People are waking up. This is why the rhetoric has gotten worse. Because drastic times call for drastic measures. Yo, we need 10 people, y'all. We need 10 people to support the show. We're trying to get to this goal of 50. We need 10 more people. Well, we need more than 10, but we need 10 people, y'all. In fact, I'm going to play that one more time.
Conservative. How are you a Black Democrat? You mean the same party you say has been helping you for decades, but your communities look worse, not better? You mean the same party that started the Ku Klux Klan and somehow convinced you they're your savior? You mean the same political machine where LBJ, after signing the Civil Rights Act, said they're going to keep these niggas voting for generations? 62 years later, and you're still predictable. They dangled a Black male president in front of you that did nothing for Black people and everything for gay people, and a Black female president that advertised to you with white people tacos and Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage. And you never stopped to question that? They told you they were fighting poverty, but really they went and knocked on the doors of Black families and told them that if they got rid of the man in the household, they could have this money and what we now know as the welfare system. They strategically demolished the nuclear family, leaving over half of the mothers in our community single mothers for generations, policies that incentivize broken homes, dependency instead of independence. They made it so you systematically rely on them, and now over half of the Black households are dependent on the government. And they tell you crime is someone else's fault, while your neighborhoods keep getting worse in the very cities that they run. They build organizations, collect millions in donations, and somehow your community is still struggling while that money goes to million-dollar homes, DoorDash, and new cars. And now they've got you fighting for illegal immigrants that take your jobs and have been killing your people, and they still give you nothing. So let me ask you again, how are you a Black Democrat? I'm a Black conservative. How are you a Black?
So let's get into brass tacks. Let's get into real talk for a second. Let's get into real talk for a second. By the way, we need a sponsor. We need somebody to sponsor the show. Preferably on the CashApp side of the game. We need a sponsor. So Here's my question to everybody that's watching. Do black people live in red states? That's my question. Do black people live in red states? Look at this. Let me show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all the level of stupidity and ignorance. Look at that stupid shit right there. Look at this stupid shit right here. Somebody do me a favor. These two individuals right here. Suave Hood Hero, kick him the fuck out of my chat room. Sam Kane, kick him out of my chat room. Kick those idiots out of my chat room. To everybody in here that got sense, that said, yes, black people live in red states, right? In fact, since you want to be funny, right? Since you want to be funny, let's go here then. Since you want to be funny, is Texas a red state? Is Texas a red state? Yes or no? Is there a large population of black people in Texas? Culturally, do you see a mass migration of black people leaving red states because of how racist they are? Why not? Why not? If the right is racist, if right-leaning people are so racist and they're part of white supremacy, if Republicans are racist, if conservatives are racist, wouldn't red states be the most racist states? Let me pull up this map. Let me pull up this map real quick. Let me show y'all something. Would y'all say that the South, has always been more racist than any other states? Would y'all say the South has been more, is supposed to be more racist than any other states? Yes or no? Then explain to me this. Why do most black people live in the South? Everywhere you see that blue and purple, blue is 5.9% black. That light purple is 10 to 19% black. That medium purple is 20 to 29% black. That darker shade of purple is 30 to 44%. And the darkest shade is 45% and over. If the South is so racist, if red states, and some of those states that we're looking at right now are definitely red states, if those states are red states and they're supposed to be racist, why do so many black people live there? One of them states is Mississippi. You do know that right here, this is Mississippi. That right there where Arkansas and Tennessee meet, that's Mississippi. You got Mississippi, you got Georgia. Here's an even better question. Everywhere where you see that densely populated purple, everywhere where you see black folk the most, that's the Confederate States. Y'all realize that, right? That's the Confederate States. Mr. Black said, not Arkansas, OG. What you mean, not Arkansas? What you mean, not Arkansas? What you mean, not Arkansas? I don't understand. What you mean, not Arkansas? What do you mean, not Arkansas? I said that densely populated area right there, where it's purple at, right there where Arkansas and Tennessee meet. Right below that is Mississippi. So what are you talking about? My bad. Thought that was Louisiana. See what I mean? do y'all see what I mean? Bruh. Why do people, could somebody please tell me why do people come here and do this to me? Why do people come here and do this to me? I said right there in Mississippi, it is densely populated black, right where Tennessee and Arkansas meet. Because right where Tennessee and Arkansas meet, that's where Memphis is at. That's where the Mississippi River is at. Anyway, getting back to my point, right? Getting back to the point that I'm trying to make. When you look at where black people live in this country, black people by and large still continue to live in the states where slavery was most prominent. So, if those states aren't racist to the point that black people won't leave them, how is this whole country racist? Or better yet, here's a better question. At what point are we going to hold Democrats responsible for their failing cities and states? When are we going to hold them responsible? Because you know what I see? I see people in blue states fleeing those states to go live in red states. I see people in blue states fleeing those states to go live in red states. That's what I noticed. Why aren't black people that are in red states fleeing those states if the right, conservatives, Republicans that live in red states are the most racist? That's my question. And by the way, y'all, we about to wrap this up. If we so far we've gotten 21 contributors. If we can't get more support, we're gonna wrap this shit up. to whatever your name is. What is a panhandler? Somebody please tell me. Matter of fact, no, you tell me. The dude that just said that, what is a panhandler? Oh, my bad. You already got sniped. You already got sniped. CB Phil said low key, he's saying you begging. Yeah, no shit. No shit. But the question is, am I? Or is he trying to watch some shit for free? So who's really begging? Who's really begging? The person that's putting on a show that expects to be compensated for that show, or the person that wants the show for free? That's my question. Who's really begging? That's my question. Who's begging? Shout out to CB Fields. He said, nah, you providing a service. That's it, and that's all. No doubt. But that doesn't surprise me. And I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't surprise me. You could have a white kid that's playing a video game, and people that's watching him will be donating left and right. Nobody has a problem with that. But if you see a black man talking about something important or being informative, one, people aren't going to automatically donate to him the way they'll automatically donate to that white kid playing that video game. And look, it's not the white kid's fault. It's just what it is. See, racism or the concept of white supremacy, the only place it really exists is in the minds of people that have been conditioned to believe that shit, right? So there is residue of that. There is remnants of that, right? There is remnants of that. And one of the remnants of that is no one has a problem when white people are online making money. They only have a problem when someone black, specifically a black man, is making some damn money. It's because you still have this thought process that you believe black people are supposed to work for free. And I don't know how many times I got to say this. I don't know how many ways I got to say this. It does not matter how many of you individuals come into this chat room talking like that. You are not going to shame me into working for free. You're not going to shame me into doing a show for free. So you really need to stop wasting your time. Shout out to Silent Sniper for being a sponsor of the show.
That's that BINO energy.
Oh, it's a lot better than we usually do. All right, chums up. Ready, guys?
Let's do this.
Shout out to Silent Sniper. He said, gotta support as usual. Cook. Appreciate you, fam. So that's the only. Whenever we talk about racism, I don't view what's left of racism as the same type of racism that existed back in the day. The type of racism that existed back in the day is, you know, as a black man, you go outside, you got white people calling you boy, you got white people, you know, calling you derogatory terms, having free reign to do whatever they want to do to you. You have places you couldn't go, you couldn't eat, you couldn't use the water fountain, you couldn't use the bathroom. To me, that's racism. That's genuine racism, right? I don't deal with that on a day-to-day basis. Ain't nobody white walking up to me calling me some derogatory term just out the blue. You know, what are you doing here, nigga? Like, I don't deal with that. Most of you don't deal with that, right? Where racism exists, it exists in the mind of people and how they view things. And so then they do actions based upon that thing. They may not verbally say something racist, but they will do something that is driven by that racist thought. And the craziest thing about it is that type of racism mostly exists in the minds of a lot of black people. Because I guarantee you one thing. I guarantee you this. The individuals that come into my chat room talking about begging and panhandling, they're not white people. They're black people. They're black people. I promise you. I promise you that. They are black people. Now, why do I say they're black people? Because a lot of them are too stupid to realize that everybody that comes on the internet to do shows, podcasts, content, whatever you want to call it, are making money. They're making money. But again, a lot of black people are always late to the party. They're always late to the party. But when they finally realize that it's a party, they want to cry racism and say, well, why didn't we know that we could do this? And no, it's not that you didn't know. You chose not to know. Do you realize as long as the music industry has been in this country, you just now have black people having the conversation about the fact that a lot of entertainers were not compensated the way they were supposed to be compensated? I'll say this again, right? In fact, Nipsey Hussle said this one time. He said, today, because of technology, we are living in our version of the gold rush. So back in the day, there was a gold rush in the West. You had a lot of people that were migrating to the West because they were to make their fortunes, right? Here on the internet, because of technology, you have countless people coming to the internet to make their fortunes, right? But a lot of black people don't come here to make a fortune. They come here to run their fucking mouth. And that's it. Black people come to the internet and they treat the internet like it's a social club. They just come here to talk and run their fucking mouth. You have no idea how many black people I see on the internet that just come here just to run their mouth. They're not here to make no money. They're not here to make no money. They're not here to build no business. They're not here to create no kind of lasting legacy. They're just here to run their mouth. And you want to know what's funny about it? What's funny about it is you'll have a black person that will come here to the internet. I said this before. They'll come here to the internet and they'll use YouTube and YouTube panels like a telephone, like a party line. I'm just here to talk. And they just here running their mouth. Right? They don't want to be content creators, but they want to get up on panels and run their mouth, right? And they'll be on somebody's channel that's building a business, right? And here's the funny thing. 30 years from now, that same black person that was sitting on that panel running their mouth for free, right? They will apply for a job. And they'll get called in for an interview. And they'll go to this building and be sitting in the lobby filling out paperwork to get a job, to get hired so that they can make some money. And the motherfucking CEO of that damn company started the shit from fucking YouTube. That's how black people operate. And they'll get the job and they'll be mad because they're not making as much money as they want to make. And they'll be like, man, this don't even make no sense, man. Black people, we always got to be in the struggle. We always got to be in the struggle, man. I guarantee you that CEO of this company ain't struggling. And the funniest thing about it is the CEO of the company was on YouTube around the same time you was on YouTube. The only difference was he was moving with purpose and you was sitting up here gossiping like a bitch. That's what's funny to me. It ain't the fact, and it makes me think about what was really going on back in the day with black people. Because you like to blame a lot of the shit on racism. You like to blame the lack of generational wealth on racism. But the truth of the matter is a lot of y'all, you don't know an opportunity when you see one. You look a gift horse in the mouth. Now, there's some of us black people that are industrious. There are some of us black people that don't look at the world like, oh, only white people can succeed. We come here, we create brands, we start businesses. And then what you'll do is you'll jump in the damn chat room because you still think that the outdated way of working still works. So you're somewhere at a fucking warehouse working, you think you got a real job because somebody's paying you a check for an hourly wage. So in your mind, you got a real job. You get off work from your real job, and then you come to YouTube and you see me up here and you say, oh, you begging. No, you a dumb motherfucker. Because you don't even have enough foresight to see the damn economy shifting and changing right in front of you. You getting less hours at your job. You ain't getting promoted. Nobody there has job security. But you'll come to YouTube and you'll look at me like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You'll come to YouTube and talk to me like I don't know what I'm doing. But then you'll be sitting on somebody's panel talking about the problem with the black community is we don't have enough opportunities. The problem with the black community is we don't have generational wealth. The problem with the black community is all the opportunities go to white folk. You can start a channel just like Mr. Beast started a channel. You don't even got to be a YouTuber. You could be a guy that has some other type of business. You could be a plumber. And when you go to do jobs, you just film yourself doing the damn job and make some extra money from YouTube. Or you could be a plumber that films yourself doing jobs in order to advertise to everybody that you're a plumber. I told people a while ago, it don't even make no sense for people to be homeless. Because God forbid, if I was ever in a situation as a homeless man, the only thing that I would do is I would go around and try my best to scrape up enough money to get a damn iPhone. That's all I would do. I would go around and I would scrape up enough money to get me an iPhone and get me and turn that iPhone on through AT&T, Verizon, or whoever. And you know what I would do? I would YouTube my experience as a homeless man. And guess what? I wouldn't be homeless long. I wouldn't be homeless long. So in my opinion, the reason why black people remain in the state that they remain in, and you have a chosen few that are able to rise above that shit, is because you're not serious people. You think everything is for fun. You think everything is for play. That's why you'll come into my chat room thinking that I'm just sitting here running my mouth for my health. You'll come into my chat room and think I'm just talking to be talking because I just got some free time on my hand. Motherfucker, this is a business. This is a business. I'm in the YouTube partner program. YouTube is in business. This is why when you watch videos, if you don't got premium, you're going to have ads on your videos. Know why there's ads on your videos? Because YouTube is making money from views, from eyeballs, from people watching the video. So YouTube says, hey, if you want to watch these videos, you got to watch these ads so that we can get paid. Now, if you don't want to watch these ads, pay this monthly fee, and then you don't have to worry about ads. But either way, we going to make some damn money. Don't come in here talking about panhandling when you look right there where the damn chat is at. There's a button right there with a $sign on it. YouTube don't got a problem with me asking for money. YouTube don't got a problem with me doing a show where people contribute because YouTube gets a cut of that. Everybody with sense is here to make some damn money, regardless of what their other purpose is. The people that's here not to make no money are dumbasses. This is the biggest platform in the world, constantly growing. People watch YouTube more than they watch TV. So you expect me to believe that a movie star like Tom Cruise, when mad people go watch his movie, he makes money. A TV show that Tyler Perry puts out, when mad people watch that TV show, he makes money. So you mean to tell me the people that have TV shows are supposed to make money? The producers, the writers, the actors. People that have movies are supposed to make money. The people that act in those movies, the people that write those movies, the people that direct those movies are supposed to make money. But the people on YouTube, a platform that has now surpassed movie and television, ain't supposed to make money. You sound like a jackass. You sound like an idiot. And any one of you that want to come with that begging and panhandling argument, you don't want that smoke from me, because I'm one of the main people that have made y'all look like assholes every time you said it out your mouth. I've been doing it going all the way back to 2016. I've been clowning the shit out of y'all, because even back then I knew what YouTube was going to be today, which is the main reason why I'm where I'm at and the reason why you where you at. Fucking dumbass. There's people in here right now that watch me more than they watch their TV. There's people in here right now that's watching me on their TV. But you think I'm supposed to do this shit for free? As a black man, I'm supposed to do this shit for free. But then you'll sit there and say, the problem with the black community is we don't have generational wealth. Yeah, you know why you don't have generational wealth? Because you constantly going through life not getting paid what you're worth. Because you're too stupid to know what you're worth. And then you get mad at other folks that do know what they're worth. Truth be told, I don't even make what I should be making. If you really want to be honest. If you really want to be honest, with the amount of people that watch me every single day. See, people get up here and they think, oh, well, you don't got 15,000 people watching you every day. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Let me put it to you like this. If you come onto YouTube every day and you do a show every day and you consistently have 300 people watching you every day, that's viewership. If every day you go live, 300 people watch you every day, you're supposed to be rich. And you know why? Because how many people can really do that? So you don't think about that, because you only go to the shows where people get views. You don't realize how many people can't do that. You don't realize how many people can't do that. But again, we live in a day and age where people's proportions are off. Because of the internet, because of social media, your proportions are off. Your proportions are off. That's why you'll see people, somebody will post that they went and bought a Lamborghini. They'll put the picture of the Lamborghini up on the on Instagram. And you know what people will jump in the comments and say? People that only make $50,000 a year or less, people that are driving used cars, they'll jump in the comment section and say, so what? It ain't a Bugatti. That's the world we live in now. I literally heard somebody say, Soulja Boy only worth $3 million. What the fuck do you mean only? See, the problem with the internet is people are no longer grounded in reality. They live in a fantasy world. They live in a damn fantasy world, which is why they will talk shit about somebody that is only worth $3 million comparative to somebody that's worth $100 million. And what they're not realizing is, how are you talking shit about somebody that's worth $3 million and you ain't even worth 100,000? Matter of fact, let's not even go to the money part of it. Let's not even go to the money part of it. Let's go to the, how many of you individuals could consistently do this shit the way I do? There's my question. How many of you individuals could live stream damn near every day, knowing you're not going to make nowhere near the amount of money you should be making, but still do it every day? Because you know you got fans and viewers and people that are used to watching you, people that are looking forward to seeing you do your show. Better yet, here's an even better question. On your job that you do, every day, right? The job that you go to, would you be able to do that job if every day you went to work, there was a bunch of people that showed up to tell you that your job wasn't shit? Let's say you had a job working at a restaurant as a cook, and every day you went to work, the moment you start cooking, a bunch of people walk into the kitchen and all they do is stand there and tell you about how raggedy that job is. Man, I can't believe you doing this. Damn, you got to do all of that. Damn, bruh, it couldn't be me. I wouldn't want to do that shit. Damn, fam. Your boss tell you, hey, man, hurry up with them steaks. Damn, man, he on your ass like that? Bro, I couldn't do. How many of you would be able to do that job every day with that going on before you quit? That's what it's like being a YouTuber. That's what it's like being a YouTuber that live streams. You go live every day, and when you're going live, there's a bunch of people jumping in your chat room to tell you you ain't shit. There's a bunch of folks telling you, man, your show sucks. Your channel is raggedy, fam. Look at you. And you're asking for money. Why you asking for money, nigga? You a bum. You begging. You panhandling. Do you have any idea the amount of strength? Do you have any idea the amount of strength, the amount of mental fortitude it takes to live stream every day with niggas coming in your comment section talking crazy about you? Bro, and I've said this numerous times. I don't even have to do the live streaming shit. I could go and do 2 or 3 videos a day. 2 or 3 short 15-minute videos where I sit in my studio, I record myself talking, record the video, edit the video, post it, and then go live my life. I could sit there in the studio, record 2 or 3 videos, edit those videos, schedule those videos to post, and then go live my life and make the same amount of money that I'm making live streaming. Probably more. Probably more. The only reason I continue to live stream is because a lot of you like to interact with me in real time. That's the only reason I do it. Because I didn't start off live streaming. I started out doing short videos because there wasn't no live streaming. Jessica said, if you are constantly being bombarded by negativity, it's hard to keep going. Yeah. And I'll be up here doing my show and going forward anyway. Moving forward anyway. Moving forward anyway. Like, fuck it. It is what it is. It is what it is because I get it. I get it. I get it. And one of these days, I'm going to do a show about that. One of these days, I'm going to do a show about the fact that we have a major issue in this country that nobody's addressing. We got a major issue, right? This is the major issue. Back in the day, most of the people that lived in America were farmers. They did agricultural work, right? Then we moved into the industrial age where we started having manufacturing plants, right? So there was a huge transition from agriculture to manufacturing. Some people weren't able to make that transition because guess what? There were people that did agriculture that weren't educated. They couldn't read, they couldn't write, they couldn't add, they couldn't do none of that shit. But they knew how to farm. So a lot of them weren't able to make that transition into the industrial world because in the industrial world, you had to be able to read. You had to be able to add. You had to be able to do a whole lot of shit, right? We're witnessing the same thing right now where we moved from this, like when I was growing up, when I was a kid, people got jobs, and whatever job they got, they would work that job for the next 30 years. In other words, when I was a kid, most of the adults, they would have a job and they had job security. They would work that job until they retired. By the time I became an adult, that shit was fleeting. The economy was shifting and changing. We went from getting hired through a company and working that job for the next 30 years to getting hired through temp agencies and having no job security. Right? Now, what we were moving towards, I didn't know, but around that time, I got tired of not having job security. So I started doing gigs. You do this job here, you do that job there, you make a little money there, you make a little money over here, you make a little money, and then you put it all together. That's what I used to do. But what the economy has shifted into is what I was already doing, which is a gig economy. And now that we have technology and everybody has access to the internet, because it wasn't like that before. In the 90s, everybody didn't have access to the internet because everybody didn't have a PC in their house. They didn't have a personal computer in their house because personal computers were expensive. Just a basic computer was over $2,000. What made everybody capable of accessing the internet is the smartphone boom. So starting out, I say in the late, like around 2008 to 2015, smartphones came out. Everybody couldn't afford a smartphone. People were still having flip phones because people were just now getting into buying cell phones. I remember a time where people didn't even have cell phones like that. Only a handful of people had cell phones. So when you get to the smartphone era, people still didn't have smartphones like that. You had the iPhone, and then Android started putting out phones, and then people started getting smartphones. And then you had the and even back then when you got smartphones, it still wasn't economically sound because you were still getting charged for minutes, all of this shit. Then eventually these cell phone companies, they started realizing we can't keep operating like this, because you had companies like Cricket and all of these companies that came out that you didn't have to have immaculate credit to get a cell phone. And when you got the cell phone, they just charge you one flat rate to be able to use the phone whenever you want to. So that caused companies like AT&T, Verizon, all of them to put out their own prepaid cell phones. And eventually it just got to the point where, you know what? We just going to charge a flat rate for internet and cell phone service. And once they did that, and they put a phone in the hand of every person, because they definitely reached market saturation. And the reason we know they reached market saturation is because they started putting out a new phone every year. Once they start putting out a new phone every year, that lets you know that everybody has a cell phone. Because once you reach market saturation, that means that everybody has your product. There's no new customers. So in order to create new customers, you would have to create a product that's not permanent. So they started making a new cell phone every year. So once everybody got a cell phone in their hand, I would say around 2016, 2017, now all of a sudden, everybody has access to the internet. The moment that everybody got access to the internet, now the internet has become the new economy. The internet has become the new workforce. And the problem is there are a lot of people that have not made that connection. There are a lot of people that have not realized that the same way during the agricultural age, once we shifted into the industrial age, the only way you were going to have job security is you were going to have to work in manufacturing or something to that degree. And I'm talking about the average everyday person, not a person with a college degree or special skills, but just the average everyday person. If they wanted to have job security, they was going to have to work in the manufacturing field or the warehouse or warehousing, right? Now, whether you people want to understand it or not, all of the people that are going to move forward financially are the people that know and understand how to use the internet to make money. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Now, sure, you're still going to have people that make their money as doctors, lawyers, truck drivers, mechanics, plumbers, electricians. You're still going to have that. But the average everyday person, they can't go out here and find a warehouse to work at. They can't go out here and find a manufacturing plant to work at. And they damn sure can't really make a living agriculturally. So what do people do? They use the internet. They go on their phone and they sign up to be a DoorDasher. They sign up to drive Uber. All of that is the internet. All of that is the internet. People just don't realize the economy shifted and it left a lot of people behind. So the people that got left behind that don't know how to utilize the internet to make money, they come here because they have a phone they can access. Because if you, I don't know if y'all noticed, but the people that's talking shit to me are the people that's watching me from their phone. The people that's watching me vertically from their phone. Because guess what? Those people, y'all can't see it, but I can see everybody. I can tell who's watching me on a phone and who's watching me vertically. I mean, horror landscape mode, right? The people that talk shit to me are not the people that are watching me like this. The people that talk shit to me are the people that's watching me like this. And the reason why is because the people that's watching me vertically, they wouldn't even be on the internet if they didn't have internet access on their phone. If we were still utilizing just computers and not phones, the people that watch me vertically wouldn't even be on the internet. Those are the people, a lot of them, not all of them, but those are the people that got left behind by technology. Those are the people that are just now really getting on technology. So they come here, they jump in the comment section, and they're mad at me because I know how to make money in the new economy, and they don't. And that's why they come up here and they say, oh, you begging, and oh, you doing this, and you, and man, shut up. If you could do what I do and make money, you would do it. Don't think that that eludes me. If you could make money how I make money, you would do it. Jessica said, the only thing I have is my phone. I'm not lying. Look, I believe you. I believe you. But see, here's the thing. There's a lot of people that have their phone. That's their only access to the internet. Meanwhile, somebody like me, I have, this is what I've bought. Since I've been a YouTuber, I've bought 5 high-powered PCs. 4 previous ones and the one I currently have. So that's 5 high-powered PCs. I've bought I've bought 4 iMacs. My iMac, my wife's iMac, and 2 of my sons got iMacs that I bought them. So I've had 5 high-powered PCs, 4 iMacs. So that's 9 computers. I also bought my wife a MacBook, and I have 2 MacBooks. So that's 3 laptops. That's 3 laptops, right? In addition to the laptops I had before, because I had 2 other laptops before. And I've got about 3 freaking iPads, 2 iPhones. So somebody like me was going to be on the internet regardless. You feel me? When I was in my late teens in the 90s, before anybody was really, before most people were really on the internet like that, I got into a car accident and I had a settlement coming. And everybody thought I was going to buy a car. I didn't. I bought a computer. I bought a PC. Matter of fact, to everybody watching, how many of y'all remember that movie, The Saint, with Val Kilmer? How many of y'all remember the movie The Saint by Val Kilmer? So back in the day, Val Kilmer had a movie called The Saint. In the movie, he was an orphan that was raised in a Catholic orphanage, right? When he became an adult, he became a cat burglar or a thief, right? And he would disguise himself and he would steal shit and make money, right? Now, how he made his money was on the internet. He had a laptop and he would go into certain websites and he had an encryption program, and the encryption program would dissect the message to show him his next job, because people they would put jobs up there on certain boards, certain community boards that look like just regular shit, but he had the program that could dissect it and find the hidden messages in it to know what his next job was, right? And so he would do that, and then he would go do the job, and once he did the job, they would send the money to him. They would send the money. He'd be on his laptop or whatever, looking at the money he just got deposited. That shit fascinated me. That shit fascinated. I didn't want to be a thief, a dude that, do that. But the way he was conducting his business over the internet fascinated the shit out of me, bruh. Because I always, even as a little kid, I was always fascinated by computers. You know what I'm saying? My father got me a computer when I was young, and I really didn't know how to use it or what to do with it. You feel me? But I wanted to know. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to know. I remember, like, it was an old computer that had like the black screen with the green letters. And as a kid, I would pretend like I was doing shit on that computer. Like, I was fascinated with computers, right? And then on top of that, I remember reading this book. I think the book was by Tim Ferriss. What the hell was the name of that book? I think it was The 4-Hour Work Week. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah, The 4-Hour Work Week by Tim Ferriss, right? So in that book, he talks about outsourcing, right? He talks about how you can get people that live in third world countries that have access to the internet. He basically was talking about what we now know as Fiverr and shit like that, right? So in that book, there's a story about this guy that makes music, right? And he was talking about how this guy made music, and he would make music for TV shows and movies and shit like that. And he would post his music on a website where people would buy it. And so he would get up in the morning and he would check to see how much music he sold. And it was talking about how this guy was living his life, and while he was out living his life, he was making money because he had shit posted on the internet that people were purchasing. He had products and all types of services and shit that people were purchasing. And I remember reading that shit, and I remember saying to myself, man, that's how I want to make money. I'm like, that's how I want to make money. I want to be able to make money while I'm asleep. You feel me? I want to be out doing some normal shit. And while I'm out doing some normal shit, I want to be making money while I'm doing some normal shit. Because before all of that, the only way I knew how to make money was to get hired, well, legally. The only way I knew how to legally make money was to get hired, and then you go punch a clock. You work. You trade labor for money, or really you trade time for money, right? And I said to myself, I said, I'm never going to get rich like that. I'm never going to be successful doing that, because there's only so much time in the day, and you can only do so much labor before you get tired. I said, I have to figure out a way to make money using my mind, but the only way I could make money using my mind is I would have to utilize the internet. And that's the main reason why when I got that settlement, I said, I'm going to buy me a computer. And here's the crazy thing. I thought I was going to have enough money to buy me a computer. This is what I was going to buy. I was going to buy a desktop computer, a laptop, and a digital camera. And around that time, digital cameras weren't really popular. They were expensive, right? When I got my settlement, it was enough money for me to get a desktop and a digital camera. And that's how I got into learning about graphics and photo editing and shit like that, right? So I wasn't able to get a laptop, and I don't regret it, because laptops back then were extremely limited. They couldn't do much, right? But when people come here and want to talk shit to me, bro, here's the thing. What I do now is not by happenstance. What I do now is not by chance. My entire life has been leading up to me making money on the internet. In fact, technology had to catch up with what I was trying to do. Because a lot of the shit that when I bought my first computer, I bought my first computer with a webcam. With a webcam. And I used to tell cats back in the day, I was like, yo, as soon as they figure out how to put TV shows and movies on the internet, people ain't even gonna watch TV. I used to say that shit back in the day. Matter of fact, any of you that watch my man Izzy Bands, just ask him about it one day when you're in the chat room. Ask him, he'll tell you. Before streaming, before any of that shit, I said as soon as they figure out how to put movies and television shows on the internet, because back then they would try to put videos on the internet, but there wasn't enough bandwidth for you to watch it. You couldn't watch it and enjoy it because it was always buffering and shit, because you just didn't have it. With a personal computer, you just did not have the speed that you needed, right? But I told them, I said, as soon as they figure out how to put TV shows and movies on the internet where you can watch it from your computer, people ain't even gonna give a shit about TV. Now, the thing that I didn't predict is that they would make TVs like computers, giving them internet access. But it still boils down to the same thing, because people don't give a shit about cable. The internet has replaced cable television. The internet has replaced network TV. And I knew that shit was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. So a lot of technology had to catch up with what I was trying to do. The one thing that I didn't predict is that technology would give me the ability to have my own TV show or my own radio show without having to go through the gatekeepers to do it. That's the one thing I didn't predict. But back then I knew that if I ever was to be successful, if I ever was to make any real money, it was going to be on the internet. It was going to be using technology. I've been trying my best, bro. Back in the day, I made sure if I didn't have nothing else, I made sure I kept the working computer. Whenever I moved somewhere, I turned on the internet before I turned on anything else. And even my kid's mother, like back in the day, she probably looking at it now like, holy shit, he really knew what he was talking about. Back in the day, my kid's mother used to be like, why you always on the computer? Why you always on the internet? Now she know why. Now she know why. Now she know why. This is why I was always on the internet. Because all that shit was doing was preparing me for what I'm doing now. So one of the most ridiculous things in the world to me is somebody coming to me talking shit to me about making money on the internet. Like, what? Nigga, is you crazy? This was God's plan. This was God's plan. And I got news for you. The more technology we get, the more successful I will be. Cats don't even realize that. Do you have any idea how much production, how productive I'm? Y'all have no idea how much my productivity level shot through the roof the moment we got AI. The moment the amount of shit that I do with AI, cats can't even comprehend it. I promise you, cats can't even comprehend it. If it wasn't for AI, I wouldn't be able to be a one-man production team. But again, and I told cats back in 2017, I said, yo, you better learn how to use this internet. I said it back in 2017. I said, you better learn how to use the internet. You better learn how to use payment methods on the internet. You better learn how to either advertise a business, create a business. You better learn how to use the internet. I said that shit back in 2017. And to this day, it's still cats I know. They don't know how to use the internet like that. You know what they use the internet for? The same thing that people use the newspaper for. I'm going to say that again because I don't think y'all realize it. I'm going to say it again. Nowadays, what most people use the internet for is the same thing that people back in the day used. Here's the thing, right? Let's be clear about this. There are people today, they use the internet for three things. They use the internet to replace newspapers, television, or entertainment, which includes television and movies, and the radio. If your smartphone for you is just a newspaper, a TV, a VCR, or a radio, you're not using it properly. If the only thing your smartphone did was replace your TV, your newspaper subscription, and your radio, you're not using it properly. You're not using it properly. You ain't using it properly. Because with your smartphone, instead of reading the newspaper, Instead of reading the news in your paper, you can make your own news. Instead of just watching a TV show, you can make your own TV show. Instead of just listening to music, you can make your own music. And guess what? The same way that that newspaper made money reporting the news, you can make money reporting the news. The same way those actors made money on that TV show that you watch, you can make money with your own show. But instead, you got folks coming in here thinking, oh, this is just a trend. This is just a fad. You done lost your mind. If you think the way we watch, if you think the way we consume content on the internet, if you think the way we consume content on the internet is a fad or a trend, you ain't been paying attention. Technology is growing. It's not shrinking. Technology is growing. It's not shrinking. And it's growing at an exponential rate. Just think about how we use Instagram today comparative to how we used it 5 years ago. Because see, here's the other thing that caused more people to be on the internet. So the smartphone was the first thing that made a lot of people come to the internet. Once everybody got a smartphone in their hand, more people came to the internet. But you know what made it skyrocket? The pandemic. That year, we all had to sit in the house, and the only way we could communicate with each other was through the internet. That made it skyrocket. That put it through the roof. So any idea that you have that we're going to go back to the old way of doing things, you're crazy. You're crazy. People don't even socialize like that anymore. I don't know if y'all noticed, but they're not even, they're making, I saw somebody put a video up. Let me see if I can find it.
It was such a fast move.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Just to show you how much things have changed, right?
Brand new Wendy's.
Watch this.
Brand new Wendy's, but here's the difference. You cannot sit down inside to eat your food. You're going to order your food from this window, right? And then you're going to walk around the building, right? And you're going to sit down and eat right there. Now, if you're doing DoorDash, you walk through these doors and you're going to pick up your food right there or what have you. And they're going to have computer screens right there where you can order your food. This is how they're doing it now in some locations with Wendy's and probably other restaurants where, you know, traditionally you would be able to go in and sit down and eat, but now they're switching it up. This is new to me. Let me know in your city, wherever you from, y'all got these style type of restaurants where you can't sit down and eat no more. There's essentially no lobby. Everything is pretty much on the outside, and this is a brand new Wendy's.
Now, how many of y'all want to know why they doing that? Press a 1 if y'all want to know why they're doing that. Press a 1 if you want to know why they're doing that. Because all of our social interaction, for the most part, is on the internet. All of our social interaction is on the internet. My bad, y'all. Saw a spider. All of our social interaction, for the most part, is on the internet. So why would they waste money? Why would they waste money having a inside area where you could sit down and eat when most people ain't doing that no more? Most people ain't doing that no more. You go to most of the malls, they're empty. People are not interacting like that anymore. Most of the interaction that people have now is online. It's technological. This is why you don't see, this is why a lot of families, they don't really do the family reunions anymore. What's the point of doing a family reunion when all you have to do is go to Facebook and you can see what your family is doing? Family reunion is to basically go see your family and see what they've been up to. You don't got to do that no more. You can go to Facebook and see what all your family members is up to. What's the point of going to a high school reunion when you know what all your old classmates are doing because you got social media? You got Facebook, you got Instagram, you got all of that shit. You know what they doing. Ain't nobody sitting around being like, damn, man, my homie Mike from 8th grade, I ain't seen him in forever. I wonder what he got going on. You're not going to go to a class reunion or some shit like that to see what they got going on. You're going to be like, damn, I wonder what my homie Mike so-and-so is doing. No, let me see what he doing. You go to your phone, you go to Facebook, you type his name in, you scroll through if there's multiple names until you see the picture of, oh, there you go. Click on it, boom. There's a dude that I was cool with in school, in elementary school, right? I haven't seen him since elementary school, but we was tight. We was super tight. And I was sitting there one day thinking to myself, because I still sometimes have an old way of thinking. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, damn, man, I wonder what he up to. I wonder if he's still alive and shit, right? And I said, well, shit, let me look him up. And I went to Facebook and looked him up. And sure enough, there he was. I was able to go to Facebook and see what he had going on and all of that shit. You feel me? So if you look at a lot of these malls, if you look at the malls are empty. If you look at a lot of these stores don't even carry a lot of inventory. A lot of times you go places like Best Buy and shit, they don't even have shit in there except the basic shit. Most of the time you ask them for something, they be like, we got to order it. You know why? Because they don't expect people to come in there and shop. They expect people to do their shopping online. That's just the direction that we're going in. That's just the direction that we're going in. And the smart people are the ones that's looking at that and saying, okay, if that's the direction we're going in, how can I capitalize on that? How can I make money off of that? That's the direction we're going in. Yeah, malls are trying to come back, but I doubt it's going to happen. I doubt it. If it was up to people in my generation, they would come back. But this new generation,
This way, this way, this way. This way, this way.
This is a very, 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 very dark place. A very, 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 very dark place. The damn near abandoned the Chamonix Mall. A very, very, very.
Like, what's bougie about it? Because it has Victoria's Secrets in there? Like, the mall.
let me tell you something. You have no idea how many times I've needed something. And I'll get up and be like, okay, you know what? I don't feel like ordering it and waiting on it. So I'm just going to go to the store. And I'll go to the store. And once I get to the store, I'll be looking for the item that I'm looking for, right? And matter of fact, I'll give you a prime example, right? So sometimes I go live from my phone, right? And when I go live from my phone, I need this item right here, right? So when I'm live from my phone, I need to be able to charge my phone and hook up my mic to my phone. So I need a splitter. I need a USB-C splitter, right? So sometimes I'll be stupid enough to think that I can go to Best Buy and get this, right? So I'll get up and I'll go to Best Buy and I'll be like, yeah, I'm looking for so-and-so. And they'll be like, well, we don't have that, but we can order it. And then I feel like an idiot. And it discourages me from getting up and going out to the store because I'm like, damn, that's a waste of my time. What's the point of me getting up, getting in my car, driving to the store, wasting my gas money to go into the store just for them to tell me that they got to order it? I could have just ordered it from the crib. It's the same thing with my Mac Studio that I just bought. I said, I want this Mac Studio, but I don't want to order it. I want it right now. So my wife was like, well, why don't you just go to the Apple store? Because, you know, it's an Apple product. I'm sure they have it. I got my ass up. I went down to Crabtree Valley Mall to the Apple store to get that computer. And they're like, oh, we don't have it, but we can order it. Like, nigga, I could have ordered it. Why do I see? And this is why retail is dying, because it's getting to the point where the retail store is just a middleman. Why would you waste your time going to the store if they're just going to tell you they got to order it? If the stores are not keeping inventory, there's no point in going to the stores, especially if I can just go. I ordered this yesterday. I ordered this last night around this time. I went to Amazon, ordered it from Amazon last night, and got it this morning. As long as that type of convenience exists, retail is fucked. They're done. They're cooked. Ain't no coming back. Ain't no coming back from that, because nowadays we live in a different time. And if you go to Best Buy and they don't have things like this, what's the point of going? What's the point of going? And I predict that pretty soon Best Buy is going to be just like Radio Shack. They're going to be just like Circuit City. They're going to go out of business. They're going to go out of business. Because why would I go there? Go there for what? If I go there, the only thing that they're going to have there that I want to buy is what? A TV, a phone. I can order a phone. I can, a TV, if I ordered an 86-inch TV, right? If I go to Best Buy to buy an 86-inch TV, I got to lug that TV. I got to bring that TV out of the store. I got to put it in a truck or something and lug it back home. I could just order the damn TV and have them deliver it to my door. They're cooked. They're cooked. They are cooked. You have no idea how much shit that I have in here that I ordered, right? Most of the items I have, I ordered. In fact, a lot of times I'll go to the store and I'll buy something, and then I'll go look online and I'll see the same product, but a better version of it for around the same price. And I feel like a jackass for going to the store because I'm like, shit, I could have sat in the comfort of my own home, price matched, looked at all of the options. Because nowadays we got YouTube and the internet. So if I wanted, let's say I wanted to buy a water cooler, I don't even have to go to the store and go from store to store trying to find the best one. I could sit back here at home and I can go on YouTube and I can look up top 10 water coolers for 2026. And then it'll show me the top 10 water coolers. And sometime the content creator will actually put the links in the description. You ain't even got to go looking for it. You could just scroll down to the description, click on the link. It takes you right to the damn website and you could just order it from there. Watch, we're gonna see in the next 20 years, we're gonna see a time where you don't have retail stores. You just have retail warehouses. You don't have retail stores. You're just gonna have retail warehouses. And people are just gonna be relegated to ordering. Even the people that don't want to order. The people that just want to go to the store and buy it, they're not going to be able to do it. Watch. Watch. That shit is going to happen. That shit is going to happen. But
BINO check. If you're in the building, show your work. Drop 20 on the Super Chat or Cash App.
Shout out to Mr. Lone Star in the building.
That's that BINO energy.
Mr. Lone Star said that's because they believe the SPLC is doing the right thing and that Trump is stopping them from infiltrating the gate groups. They really don't think they're funding the hate. That's the brainwashing that's going on. TDS. That's a fact. Shout out to Lit Studio. He said, appreciate you, brother.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Reginald. Appreciate you.
That's that BINO energy.
Said bees up. Shout out to Joey. Joey said from yesterday's cook session, keep spitting that pure fire. Appreciate you.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Chill Let Go. He said, I'm grinding a lot of life stuff going on for me, but I always support when I can. Also, the SPLC scandal is crazy. Of course, the left is ignoring the news. Yeah. Yep.
That's that BINO energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Dwayne. He said, I'm just dropping off the charcoal for this cook session, AM. Keep that fire burning hot.
That's that BINO energy.
And by the way, don't think that I don't know why people watch my show. People watch my show on YouTube for the same reason that people watch other shows. because everybody's tired of the fake phoniness of TV and movies. People want to watch a show where they can talk to somebody that they can relate to. They want to watch a show where the person that's doing the show is a regular person like them, that talks about the same things they talk about, think about the same things they think about, have the same struggles, the same, all of that. Like, I know why people watch my show, because I'm talking about real shit that everybody experiences and everybody goes through. You feel me? And everybody's tired of that fake Hollywood bullshit. Shout out to Pumpkin Pie.
That's that BINO energy.
Pumpkin Pie said, AM, what is your take on Neely Fuller Jr., Francis Cress Welsing, and how Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and Professor Black Truth have referenced them to promote that white supremacy still exists and reparations should be demanded? I'm not, bro. I'm not even gonna get into all of that, because first of all, Neely Fuller, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, they wrote that shit in a different time, right? They wrote that shit in a different time. And if you want to be honest, I hate to have to say this, but there's a lot of race hustlers. There's a lot of people whose bread and butter depends on the concept that racism is still alive and well. And that's just the reality of it. There's a lot of people that they make their money off of black people still believing that racism still exists. You feel me? Shout out to 3-Man Podcast. He said, didn't see you live NFL draft night. Showing my support. Catch the replay. Let's go Cleveland Browns. Appreciate you.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to I know that ain't who I think it is. Is that really her? Is that really her? Is that really her, or is that somebody trolling me? Is that really her, or is that somebody trolling me? Hold on. Let me click on the what you call it real quick. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Is that really her? Damn it. I need some confirmation. Is she still in the chat? Is she still in the chat? I can find out if that's really her. Hold on 1 second. We're going to find out if that's really her. Let's see. Go to channel. Oh, shit, it is her. That is really her. That's crazy. Let's see what she said. She said, hey, man, you made a video on Ashley Janae and I. Although I don't agree with it, you were pretty respectful. I made a reaction video reacting to yours. Congratulations on nearly 1 million subs. Keep going, Night. Well, you know, if you're still watching, I forgot her real name. Damn, I forgot her real name. But if you're still watching, I could have brought you up on the panel and you could have corrected me on what was wrong, what I said that was wrong. You feel me? I don't have no problem having a conversation. You could have came up and, you know, you could have told me what I said that was incorrect. Shout out to her for that. I appreciate it.
That's that BINO energy.
Let's see who else we got in the building. Do we got any more dubs? Let's see. Let's see. Shout out to Joe. Joe said, looking forward to the BINO debut album. Appreciate you.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Quentin. Quentin said, this might be the craziest story of 2026. Appreciate you.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Forever Studios. Said salute.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Anwar. He said, keep dropping that fire.
That's that BINO energy.
Shout out to Nicholas. Said, AM, I'm working on my YouTube while listening to you. Appreciate you, bro.
That's that BINO energy.
Damn it. I done went off on a tangent. And missed that one. Because I would have loved to had her come up so I could ask her some questions. I would have loved to had her come up just so I could ask her a couple of questions. That would have made for some great content. Said that would have went viral. Probably. It might have. Huh? Right here. My cell phone? Oh, it's in there. Let's see. And we got to get to the super chat.
It's that time again. We going up.
It's time to read the super chats.
Yo, shout out to JC. He said, replay gang. I know you cooked on this one. Appreciate you. Shout out to Dark Power. Shout out to INP with the salute. Shout out to Gone Postal with the salute. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Carlton. He said, just supporting. Shout out to Crocodile Tears. He said, truth come to light in the age of Aquarius. Appreciate you. Shout out to Lamontre. He said, I appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you. Shout out to Willie. He said, supporting the show. Shout out to Christy. Said, for the live. Appreciate you. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Raymond. He said, supporting the channel. Appreciate that. Shout out to Courtney. Appreciate you. Shout out to Eddie with the membership. Shout out to the lowly one. Shout out to the freak, said thanks for the objective opinion and for just asking why. No doubt. Shout out to King Sai, said just want to support the show. Appreciate you. Shout out to We Are the People 27, says support. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Angry. This is sad. Shout out to Cornelius, said it's like a firefighter that sets fire to building and forest so he can get the credit to put it out. It justifies his job and why you need him. That's a fact. Shout out to That Cat Came Back, said keep going. Appreciate you. Shout out to Great Example. Appreciate you. Shout out to Flawless, said what's good, AM? Some don't appreciate and take advantage of the resources nowadays. Much respect. Shout out to Mama, said I don't watch TV at all. I mainly watch you and a couple of other. I don't even watch movies on YouTube either. This is way better than TV and fake news. I know that's right. Shout out to 36 Dixon Design, said you are 100% correct about AI AM. I'm in the 3D printing business, and something that used to take me 19 hours to design now takes a measly 2 minutes. Woo! No, that's right. Shout out to Fubar, said AMC is 7 billion down since COVID. They be next on the chopping block. That's a fact. And shout out to Q the exec. He said we have a lot of ninjas out here that need to update their software. They are outdated and lost in the sauce. Most are delusional and can't be helped. That is a fact. That's a fact. But yo, shout out to everybody that came through, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. Salute to y'all. Salute to everybody that supported the show. I'm about to get up out of here so I can get back to making more content. And I'm going to holler at you guys later. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
I gave you the blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fake. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity lives. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Go protect lead, go and plant the seed. Go protect lead, that's the code we need. Go to the site, secure the command. The Angryman Channel, the standard of the land.
TheAngrymanChannel.com.
Get the shirt, get the book.
Start watching, start working. We up.